So the first thing that we want to do is merge everything up together and separate in different objects. So we can apply different materials to different parts of the hair if we want to. So the tail, I think it's already good. We have individual, inner and outer. I'm just gonna combine that. And I hit the G to repeat an action. I'm gonna go to my get one like that. So the tail is done. Not sure why it's deleting the material, even though it doesn't have a history. So now we have to do the same for the main part. Let's just group this in tail. Let's keep those separated. So this is Indu. Name doesn't really matter if you accidentally mess it up. I think the back ass can be the same as the baby, the same as the flyaway. Actually, I think that's more normal. So let's merge all those together. I'm gonna call this layer 2. And the base. I'm gonna call this layer 1. Layer 3. I think we'll merge those together. Let's call this layer 5. Let's do the same here. We have layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. Don't need the eyes anymore. Actually, let's keep them for the shape there. We can just merge this down and delete the history. I'm gonna make some new materials. Start off, I'm just gonna apply a lambda to everything. Also, let's make a save. I'm gonna call this hair for Yui. Edit, delete, unused. Gonna apply some new materials. Just gonna copy that. I'm putting M for material. 3. 4. Then over here, let's do the same. But I wanna be sure that I add a layer 01 pony to it. This just so we can like get a selection back with the materials later. So we're gonna put this in Blender. And then we gonna have to merge everything, I think. Just gonna call this hair. Let's call this face. Call it whatever you want. I'm gonna call it meshes. So now we have everything cleaned up. I'm gonna make it less safe. Let's also do a new one for this one. Call this face. So we cannot get the colors to work fine. They just look messed up whatever I try. So instead of using vertex colors, we're gonna use multiple UV sets. So the way we're gonna do that is let's do the main, combine that, delete the history and do the same for the tail. Combine history. Now I've got some third colors on here. So I'm just gonna make that all white. Same here. Just gonna delete that. So now if we go to UV editor, you can see we have no more UVs. Actually we got some overlapping here. Let's just move that out. Now if we go to UV sets, you see that we have map 1. It's gonna be the same here. We have UV sets, map 1. So go to UV, UV set editor. And we're gonna create a new one. I'm gonna call this one AO UVs. Actually, call them second UVs. I'm gonna do the same one here. I'm gonna do new. I'm gonna call this one second UVs. So the way UV maps are is that you can have multiple UV sets for any model. You can have as many as you'd like. Just gonna change that to match the name. So right now it looks like UVs disappeared. That's just because we have the second select and we don't have any UVs for that yet. Same here. So now we can take all our hair. Take all our hair. And actually we can first take map 1, copy. Delete this one. The same here, copy. UV set 1, we're gonna call this second UVs. And same here. Second UVs. So now in these second UVs, I wanna take all the UVs and layout UV. I just wanna make sure that nothing is overlapping anymore. and give them a little bit of edge padding. Let's go with 12 and 12. See how that looks. That's way too much. Let's go with 4 and 4. So that looks good. Now you can see we still have our normal UVs, and then we have our non-overlapping UVs. Actually, I think we can make them a little bit bigger by 2 by 2. That's fine. So make sure you have the second UV selected. I'm gonna lay that out again, 2 by 2. And that's all fine. So I'm just gonna go ahead and export this. I'm gonna call this tail. This one's gonna be main. And let's group them and call this hair. I'm gonna do an export. Go to head tutorial. I'm gonna make a new folder, UE5 for tutorial. Then in here I'm gonna call this one hair. I wanna make sure that I have those UVs going first. Gonna export again. And then here I'm just gonna delete the first UV map. Default UV set. Okay, so we cannot delete that one. So what we can do is we take second UV set, copy UVs to UV set map 1. Just gonna delete that one. Do the same here. And delete. Let's export this one. Actually, I'm just gonna go here and make a new folder. Call this Mama set. Let's call this one, let's do an OBA. Call this main. And then here we're gonna do the same. Call this tail. Now let's open Mama set. And now inside of Mama set we're gonna import model. So import those, that shouldn't take too long. I'm gonna create a new bake. And 2 groups. Let's duplicate. Then just put them in the high and the low. And I messed that one up. So 1 in the low. And then 1 in the high. Same for here, 1 in the high and 1 in the low. Go ahead and change this horrible background. I hate how Mama set looks on default. So that's a little bit nicer to look at. So now if we go to Bake Project, let's go ahead and turn this off. And all I'm gonna use is the curvature, blah blah, Ambient Occlusion. Not sure what Ambient Occlusion 2 is. So that's all fine. Let's call this AO. And then we can bake. This one seems to be doing a pretty bad job there. Let's go ahead and mess with the settings. Put that higher. Put the samples up. Put the 16. And do another bake. Awful job for that one. Gonna hide the main part. This one's not too bad. Kinda liking that. Do want to get rid of like this. So the way we do this, ambient occlusion and ignore groups. Try two-sided, let's see what that does. Just gonna put this all down again a bit. So that's looking good. Let's try disable it and see what it does. So it actually adds some nice AO. So that one is fine. We can also mess a bit with the offset. We can make this smaller and bigger. But that shouldn't change because they're exactly the same. So I'm just gonna put that at like a very small value. Something like that. I think that looks worse. I think that actually looks better. Just gonna put it smallest I can. Let's take a look at that. We got some more settings. We can up the ray count to like 512. Makes it look a little bit more smooth. I do think that's too much. So let's see what's the default. Is 1. Let's try 0.5. Just kind of mess with offset until you get something that you like. So I think like that looks nice. We can go here and we can put it to unlit and none. Doesn't actually work. And put this all to none and none. Let's try none. Let's create a new material. It's not really working. Actually, I think we can in the past geometry IDs. Can put to that. Then in diffusion. Let's plug our bake. And we can just kinda get a better look at it. There are some problems, but I think it's pretty okay. So let's try this one again. Create a new material again. Actually, that's why it's working badly. We need to do different projects. So delete first bake group. Just gonna bake again. Then let's do a new bake. New bake. And this will be the one for the tail, for the main. Just gonna call this main AO. And actually we should call this main. Bake. Let it bake. Then over here albedo. Let's put main. Now you can see we're actually starting to get something. Let's see. Let's try like about the same offset. Let's go ahead and rebake. Maybe like that. That's looking pretty good. Also up the ray count to 512. And increase the resolution. The same here. Start off by baking this one. And bake the second one. And now we got some ambient occlusion. These all seem really white though on top. So let me just quickly take a look what's happening. I think it's because we don't have the two-sided on for this one. So bake project, ambient, and two-sided. Also gonna put that to the kind of look what that is. So it's just the same. And now if we bake, we should get some more ambient. No, we don't. The material's not applied to all of the hair. Lambert. Let's apply that to main. Make sure that we also have everything applied to the ponytail. So this main. This one will be the tail. It's on the first one. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. Now you can see our hair starting to get some really nice depth. So now we can go here. Let's try lowering that a little bit and see what that does. I got rid of a lot of intersections. I think it looks a little bit better. Maybe if we bump it up a little bit more. And again, this is all just tweaking and looking for an AO that you like. I think I'm just gonna keep it like that and try one more bake with like a really high offset. See how that looks. But this looks pretty clean. I guess it stayed the same. Do have that one here, maybe we can get rid of it by going to a low offset again. No, we can't. So we could just go in and in Photoshop paint that error out, but I don't think I'll do it for this example. But if you're having like troubles with your AO, you can adjust them in Photoshop. So I think that's fine. So let's do a save. Let's call this bakes AO bacon. So I'm not gonna fix this map up like I said, because it's just for demonstration wise. But I'm gonna like clean a little bit so I can show you how to do it. Let's say you want to get rid of this piece. So you open it in Photoshop. No. This is what you see, right? It's gonna be pretty difficult to find that little error. So we can go to Maya. You want to apply a new material in the color. Gonna browse to that bake. Then we just select the bake. Then we can view it and go to lighting and to use flat lighting. So actually that thing there is an intersecting card. But looks like we have quite some issues on this card. This just because it's the cards are intersecting, right? So that makes the bake appear like it has an artifact. So then we can just select that, UV editor. Then you can just kind of find where the card is. And let's say it's somewhere in the middle, but this one's really easy, then it'd be pretty difficult to spot. So you could do like this, and just have your selection, print screen. Just make a 1-to-1 screenshot. Then we can go to Photoshop, then Ctrl V. Then just scale this thing up. So it's like about 1-to-1. You can put it on whatever you want or just keep it at normal. Let's say exclusion. And we can just zoom. It seems to be a little off still. I think it's about this. There you can see here's our issue. So it's a little bit annoying and difficult to actually fix these issues, but it's doable. So if you got like some really bad issues that you want to fix, you can just go ahead and fix those. But I wouldn't worry too much about issues, because you're not really gonna notice them too much. I don't remember where it was, where we fixed. Somewhere around here. Let's see if we can spot the difference. You can just kind of go over your text as well, like maybe blur this here out. Just anywhere where you see like something suspicious, add some blur. It's really up. As you can see, it popped and now it looks a lot cleaner there. So it's up to you how much time you want to spend cleaning this. But if I was doing like an important piece, I wouldn't clean anything. I'd set everything up in Unreal Engine. And if I got some really bad noticeable ones, I would go in and fix that. So that would probably be this one right here. Maybe this one here. And I think that's about it. Maybe that one. So I'd have about 4 or 5 issues that I'd probably fix. So that's how you'd fix it. Now we're gonna go to Unreal Engine and set everything up. So to start off, let's create a new project. And go here and create a new folder, project, folder. Select, give the name, hair. And I don't want to use the starter content, put this to maximum. We're not gonna be using ray tracing. Just put it at blank and then create. Give it a little bit of time. And actually let's manage plugins, the first thing that we're doing. You can also just go to window and edit and then plugins. I'm gonna look for cinematic and then enable movie render queue. Also movie render queue additional passes. And lastly, let's do the HDRI backdrop. Then it's gonna ask you to restart. So now if you look for, so wait till Unreal works. Now if we look for one, you can see it's enabled and we have it in the project. So the first thing I like to do is go here, advanced settings, and just invert that, so it's like Maya. I did the wrong one, that one. Now it navigates just like Maya. We need to go to Window, Edit, Project Settings. Let's search for Exposure. Just disable auto exposure, put this to manual. Then look for shadow, map. A shadow map method, put this to shadow maps. I think that's all that we have to do. I haven't touched Unreal in a bit. Now if you hit the G key, you can hide like these little things. But I'm just gonna start out with deleting everything, so we have a completely dark scene. Let's go ahead and make a new folder. Let's call this Meshes. Let's go import the meshes that we did. So that's hair. I want to put this to do not create material and don't import textures. Then just import. So here we have our hair. To actually see anything, we need to go create. Let's make a light. Just gonna do a directional one. Put to movable. So we're gonna start really simple and basic with our light. Now you can see we have all these elements. Those are the materials that we did in Maya. So now let's make a new content. Let's do a new folder. Call this materials. I'm gonna do another one and let's call this masters. And then here we're gonna create a new material. I'm gonna call this hair master. Now I'll explain a bit later what the master stands for, but for now just know that you have to add the master to it. It's not applying. Just go here and apply that. You can also just hold this down and then use. So that's a little bit faster. So now we have that material set up. Let's go here in materials. I want to create a new folder called textures. Let's see where our textures are. I think it's Fiber Shop textures. Pedo. Edit tips. We need the alpha. Let's get the root ID, the depth, direction, normal. I think that's all that we need. Let's get the ambient as well and translucence. And I'm not sure yet if we're gonna use all these textures, but I just like to have them all in here to be sure. And the first thing I like to do is double click, go to compression, Let me see where it is. Ah yeah, level of detail. Just put this to no mipmaps and save. And do this for every texture. And in simple, what mipmaps are, like the further away your camera is, it will just display like a lower resolution version of your texture. This to save some performance in game. But since we're gonna be rendering, I don't care about it. That's mostly like if you're doing this for a game, you should leave it all on. But you can consider going to the alpha and disabling mipmaps on the alpha. Because the alpha is gonna be the most important one. And the master. Let's open the hair master. So the way materials work in Unreal, that it's like a node-based system and you can drag little nodes out. So let's say base color, we drag this out. Then we do a vector tree. That's color, I don't remember the name. I think we can do tree and then press. Then you'll get this, convert to parameter. Call this hair color. Then just put that here. Then here we can choose a color. So let's say we have pink hair. Now if we save it, you can see that our hair turns pink. But we did convert it to a parameter, so let me explain what it is. Now we're gonna go here, right click, create material instance. Let's call this one hair. Just gonna put this in the materials folder. Now if we double click this one, we don't get like a node. But here we get a list of all parameters. Now parameter is basically something that you can just change. So we enable it, so we can change it. Then we can set any color here. Let's go with green. It's not updating because we're still using the master material. So if we use the other one, the hair material, you can see that now it's updated. So anything that we change here is gonna be seen in the viewport. And then to make changes to a material, we do it in our master. So link textures and whatever. But this is just an example, so I'm gonna delete that. Because we have a textures. But this texture I'm gonna convert it to a parameter. Let's call this color. And put in base color. Let's get alpha in here. I wanna do masked. And here we get opacity mask, put that in here. Let's get a normal. Gonna put the ID in here. Not gonna use it yet though. Let's keep it like this for now. I only did this to a parameter, so now if we save, gonna take some time. You can see that we get some hair with our alpha working. Also, let's go here. Put the field of view like do something like 18. We can put the screen percentage view up to like 200. That's just gonna make it look twice as high res. And if we hit G, you can get rid of that grid. Now we have our hair here. So let's go here and do a duplicate. Let's call this one Ponytail. Just gonna drag this to the slots. Now if we edit it, you see we have a color parameter. Then we can use a different color map for the ponytail. You can see now it's a little bit lighter here. And let's save. So the next thing that we're gonna do is do some roughness and specular and metal. So just hit the S key. And actually we can just delete that. We can go to metallic and promote to parameter. That will do the same thing. And then we don't have to name it. I like to put the max at 1. Because it's 0 to 1. 0 being white, 0 being black, and 1 being white. And then 0.5 will be a gray, right? So let's save. Now if we make a change here, see how that's affecting the hair. So for now I'm gonna get rid of that ponytail. Just gonna put the hair one in here so it's all the same. And later we can actually start editing it. The color is changing and stuff because we disable game setting and just choose an exposure. Now the color will stay the same. Just choose whatever you like. Don't spend too much time on it, because we still have a lot to set up. Let's save. Just gonna make a new folder scenes. And let's save. Let's call this a render. One of the things that we have to do first is go to master, hair master. And let's use two-sided. So now we can see the back side if we save. You can see how we get all our hairs back. Go ahead and export our face. And it doesn't really matter if you export in OBA or FBX. But I think Unreal messes up the rotation if you do OBA from Maya. You can just fix it. Just be sure that we're in the right folder. As you can see, the location is mismatched because we're not resetting those values there. So I'm gonna create a new master material. Call this a face master. Just gonna drag this to the face. I'm gonna put this to let me see. Let's change this from default lit to Now, so I always missee this because it's one above. So let's put this to unlit. And emissive color, promote this to a variable. Let's call this color. And save. Let's actually call this unlit master. Material instance, and call this one face. I'm gonna move this one to materials. So now we can choose an unlit color for our face. So actually apply that. Let's go to light. So create light, do HDRI backdrop. Let's put this at like a default of 0. Intensity down. This I'll just kind of playing with sliders. And decrease that size quite a lot. Zero it out. Say like a size of maybe 2. Just gonna match it up to the projection center, the face. And if it's like, if it's snapping, you can disable that by going here and just putting these thingies off. Then we can match that up nicely. Let's disable our directional light for now. Actually, let's keep that on. Actually, let's enable our directional light again. Now you can see our viewport matches the color a bit better because we have a more normal exposure. Just gonna go here and I think we can transform dude. Wanted to lock it, but maybe if we lock it here, that's still selectable. There's a way that you can make sure that you cannot select it. I think select. Try that one. So it's not working. I don't remember how to do it, but that's okay. So let's create another folder. I'm gonna call this one HDRI. Then you can use a website like Polyhaven to download any HDRI, and they're all free. So you can just kinda browse for whichever background you like. Then we can drop this in here. I don't remember how to do this. Hold on. And one thing that you'll notice as soon as you try to change the image, it won't let you. And the way to fix that is we open our AXR file in Photoshop. You can also make some edits here. Let's say filter, blur, Gaussian. Just gonna blur this out. And make whatever edits you want. I think it's better like this. Now Ctrl Alt S to save. I'm gonna go to project folder. Now U5 I'm just gonna do HDRs. Let's call this Studio, and instead of Open EXR, you want it as .hdr radians, and then save. Now back in Unreal Engine. Let's get rid of this one. And let's drag our newly saved HDR in here. And now you can see we can actually change it. Now we have a new background. That's how you can edit the HDR. See that light coming through. So another thing that you can do, you could also go here and just create let's say paint. That doesn't work. Alright, so that this works fine. Just gonna fill this up. So let's start with a black background. Then on top of that, I'm gonna create a new one. Now you can see we have a new gradient. Do want to flip that. It's being really slow. Cancel. So with the gradient flip, now I'm gonna put this to something like let's go with lighten. Just change that intensity. Now if we have like a gradient that we like, let's go File, Control Alt S, save. Put this to HR. Let's call this gradient. Now in Unreal, let's import the gradient again. I'm gonna use this as a cube map. Now you can see we get this really nice looking background. We got some nice soft gray colors with a bit of a gradient. What we can also do, we can unlock that. I think we locked that. Transform. Yep. Then to change the gradient, you can move this thing around. I prefer to just keep it like this for now. That's how we can get a background color. Then here you can kind of mess with the intensity. So you can make it either darker, like a black, or like whiter to get a nice white. Just gonna keep this at 1. Also the size to change that gradient, right? Can undo that. And I think it just made my Unreal Engine crash. Okay, great, didn't crash. So now let's go into a Directional Light. I want this to be a little bit darker actually. Something more like that. Keep that on. So that looks pretty good for now. If you can't find your light, just put the location back and put that like right here so you can always find it easily. I'm just gonna create 2 lights for now. And later we'll do like a better lighting setup. But this just to get some quick view of our model. So that all looks fine. And it's looking pretty good already. I wanna go to settings, material, and just make sure it's at the highest. Just gonna put that at epic. You can see the difference that makes. You can mess around with this. Now let's get some of the depth from the ambient occlusion that we made. So to do this, let's go to textures. Let's import the bakes that we made. Actually, I'm gonna open it. Let's save it as a target. And be sure that I put the mode to 16. My blind. So I think we have to put at 8. we get a target. Let's call this one main AO. For Ponytail. Ponytail AO. Just drop them in. Let's open our material. So we can just open hair and then the parent. Let's choose one. I'm gonna be working with the main. Just drag and drop. We can also check out maybe if we fiber all below. So I want to check out sRGB. It looks better without it. So just have to plug that. So let's be sure to keep that one on. So now what we want to do is do a multiply. We're gonna multiply this ambient occlusion over a texture. So let's drag it. You see that we have all these weird spots. Could show lit and lit. See how a texture's looking. That's because we need to use those other UV coordinates that we created. The secondary UV map. So go to texture, coordinate, and drag the same UVs. Now let's do the index on 1. I think this should work. Yep. As you can see, now it's using those secondary UVs. You can see the ponytail still wrong. So we need to convert this to a parameter. Let's call this AO. Bake and save. Put the ponytail in there. Then here, we got textures. I'm gonna plug the ponytail AO in. Now save. And since the ponytail had a lot more AO, the effect's gonna be a lot stronger. But that's okay. So now we go to master hair. I'm actually gonna create a loop. You can hold down the L and then loop. Will appear. And instead of just multiplying the texture over it, I'm gonna put this in the alpha. Then we're gonna put this one here. Then we're gonna put a factor 3 here. Then we're gonna put this one in the base color. I think it should look the same. Alright. Yep. Promote this to parameter. Let's call this AO color. So now if we go to hair, we have an AO color. We can put like a color in the AO. But I do think I prefer to keep it multiplied actually. But that's how you can make like some pretty cool stuff. But for now I'm not gonna use it. What I am gonna do with the lerp, so I'm gonna put this one in B. I'm gonna put this one in A. And this one in base color. I'm gonna promote this to a parameter. And call this AO bake strength. Let's also do another thing, group. Let's call this AO bake. Then here, let's go to group AO bake. And let's save. Let's just match those values. Now let's enable the AO. You can see now it has its own special group for AO bake. Everything related to the AO bake is gonna be in there. Now we can drag this slider. You can see we can start adjusting the strength of that AO. So let's go here, put this at the slider max of 1. You can also go here and just lit and lit. And here you can also like preview your textures if you prefer. I like to do it over here. So I like to keep this effect subtle. You can like toggle it off and on. Just look for a value that just adds a little bit of depth. You can see how that's just gonna add a little bit of depth to the hair. Like now everything looks kind of flat. With the AO we get some more depth to the hair. It's subtle, but it does really help out. Now for the ponytail, let's do the same. Not sure why we can still go above that one value here. Maybe something like that. I also plugged in a contrast node and link that up to parameter. Then just have to go into the multiply. So now here we get a new slider that we can mess with, and that's the contrast of the occlusion map. So as you can see on 0 and on 1, 2. This way you can just kind of mess with the look and feel of the hair a bit more. Maybe 1.5. Let's actually keep this at 1. This stuff, it's all still pretty minimal, because this is just in the albedo. So now let's actually go ahead and take this. Let's move these down. Now I want to replicate that effect in the specular. That's gonna do a lot. So again, just do a M for multiply. Gonna start with a base specular. Then get. Actually, let's do the behind the contrast. Then let's do a lerp. Put this here. Then put a specular in B. And promote the parameter. Let's call this AO. Actually, we can just call this specular strength. Make sure we put that in the AO. Then we link to the specular. Just gonna put the max at 1 and save. So it's 0. So see that the default value at 0, it's gonna be like inverted. Let's see, I think it's -1, -x, 1 minus. That's a weird name. But this one's just gonna invert your value. Just plug that up and save. And now if we have a default value of 0, it's gonna be 0 strength. So now we get a specular slider that we can mess with. Get rid of that contrast for now. You can see how now we actually start to get a lot more depth in the hair. And we can still mess around with that contrast. Be 0.1. I'll just leave it off for now. So you can see the difference that makes. We can like do a true or false. Just gonna put this one in the true, put that here. Then at the false, gonna create a scalar. That's just a number. hit S to do it. Let's call this 0. I'm gonna put this in here in the files. In the value, promote that to a parameter. Call this use AO bake. Put this in the AO bake group. Set the sorting priority low, so it's the first one that pops up. So now all that it says is if this one is false, it's gonna use a 0 value, which is completely black. It should be 1. Just call this 1. So if this is false, the use AO bake, it's gonna use a white color. If it's true, it's gonna use a bake. So what that does is, now we just get a little handy switch, so we can turn our AO bake effect off and on. This is just gonna help to kind of visualize what we're actually doing, right? So as you can see, we're adding a lot of depth all over the hair. Set up our AO for our ponytail. Maybe we need to redo an AO bake for the ponytail to try to get a better one. Maybe something like that. And I don't really like a color map yet. And I also don't really like to work with color texture inputs for hair in Unreal Engine. Because we can just do it through shader and we get a lot more control. So I'm gonna go here. Let's find our base color. That's this one. Just gonna put a 3. And convert the parameter and call this color. See where that goes into. And save. Create a new group. Color. Put this one 1. Let's see, why is it so much glowing? Let's try lowering that exposure. I think that gets us a little bit to a normal looking color. Get a HDRI backdrop and up the intensity. Gonna make save. Put a quick color in here. let's go with like a brown. That's with a metallic value. Keep the roughness really low for now. So now of course this looks horrible. We just have like one color with some AO. Now let's start using our other textures. So let's get our ID. And this is basically gonna be the same thing. Do a multiply. Then we have an input, then a lerp. You can collapse nodes so you can work a little bit more easily. So if we go to material group, ref, let's call this one something like blend. And let's call this input, texture, input. And then another input, which is gonna be the target. Actually, we don't need to put input, that's redundant. And then we can link this one to target. We can't collapse that. So now if we go in here, you see that we have a texture and a target. So if you remember, the texture is the texture that we put in and target will be the color. So actually the texture needs to be on top and the target needs to be here. So that's being multiplied. And then we need target is A. Then we need a strength for that effect. So let's go here. We can do another input. Let's call this strength. Let's call this color. Strength color. Let's do another one. Strength roughness. Then strength. Spec. Now finally strength metal. Metal. So that's gonna be a lot easier than having to do that multiply and lerp, because that's gonna make our graph look really messy, which we wanna try to avoid. if we just go in here, we can have a strength color. And actually let's get this lerp, duplicate it 4 times. Then we need to link our target. Let's go back here, do some new outputs. Let's call this Specular. Do color. Roughness. And metal. Now I'm gonna get rid of the stuff that we did earlier for the specular, and we'll just redo it with this node. That's just because I want to keep our stuff really nice and clean. I think having all these nodes here flying is gonna be a little annoying. So instead of having target, I'm actually gonna change this index to color input. I want to do a few more. Let's call this roughness. Input. The name doesn't really matter, just do anything that's clear to you. Spec. Input. And finally a metal input. So now we have all these inputs. Let's also get rid of all the blending that we did here. Again, this is just to keep it nice and clean. I'm just gonna put everything behind the blend and put the rough input there. Then we can put the roughness out to the roughness. Same here, metallic goes here. And metal input. And finally we have a specular input, which we deleted. Just creating a new one. And spec input. Let's put this at a max of 1 and default value of 0.5. The default specular that Unreal uses. I'm just gonna put that roughness so it's a little bit more clean. And specular should be here. So we just get these nice straight lines. Actually specular and metal. Now we get nice and clean lines. We can make this as clean as we want. Here we have all these, so we could go ahead and like convert this to actually, can we do this? with parameters. Output. Let me check. Because I'm not quite sure. Yeah, we cannot do that with parameters, which makes sense. I'm just gonna undo that. This is gonna be our inputs. So we can just comment here and call this input values. Let's move this one here. Now we need to make a bunch of scalars, so S. Call this ID. Strength. Actually, let's call this color max 1. I'm gonna put this in a group called ID. I'm just gonna copy paste that 4 times. Let's call this metal. Next one's specular. Now finally we have roughness. Just gonna frame these as well. So select them. Create comment. Let's call this ID. I'm also gonna put the ID texture here. Now if we select this, we can just move the whole group around. Then we can put strength color in here. Metal. Specular. And roughness. So now you can see how much cleaner this looks now having all those random nodes. Now if we save this, everything should work. I think it's breaking because we're using the same name. As you can see that those two changed together. Let's call this specular ID. Just gonna make sure those names are unique. So now if we change this, you can see it doesn't change anything. Now save. We go to a hair. Why it's not popping up? So it's not showing up because we forgot to like actually link the outputs. So we have color input. Just go ahead and unlink that. So roughness input, spec input, and then metal input. So metal. And color. Roughness and specular. So now they actually all have inputs, but we do need to multiply all of them. Metal. So strength color should go in the alpha, strength roughness, alpha, strength specular, alpha, and then strength metal. Now we need to take our texture and put that in all the B's. You can see how this is already starting to look quite messy. So that's why I'm doing it in a group, so we don't have to look at it. So let's save. Oh, and we've got to fill these up. Multiply should actually be gone in B. This can look a little bit complicated, but it's really easy, don't worry about it. If you don't really get it, just take a second look at it. And you should be able to replicate this pretty easily. I think that should be all safe. Now let's save. Now you can see we get all these little sliders. So now, if we go here, this should be 0. So now, if we go here, you can see we can start getting our ID map in our actual texture. It's just gonna multiply it over our color input. We go to buffer and then overview. You can see all our things. So here's the roughness, the color, and the specular. Let's say specular, you can see that change there. Roughness, and you can see change there. And the metals over there. You can see that everything's working. I'm gonna keep this all at 0 for now, except for the color. Just want to do a little bit. You can see how much that helps, right? Brings all that detail back in our textures. But of course we have more than just ID map. We also have the root map and the AO bake. So I think the AO bake is gonna be the most important after the ID. So let's go ahead and do that one. So we can just take this blend node, Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and then we get a new one. This time color input, metal input, specular. I'm gonna use those previously outputted ones. And then a texture, we're gonna do a new texture. Let's get rid of this stuff. So we can just take all this, paste it. Let's call this to AO. And I'm just gonna replace those. Call it AO. Now we just put a texture here and our coordinates. Just gonna hide that kinda under the texture input to make it look a little bit more clean. So let's move this one down. I'm just gonna put them underneath each other. Then here, we're gonna put this in the texture. Then we just gotta do a new group as well. Call this AO. Now all we have to do is link those colors up. Strength color, metal, specular, and roughness. Then all we have to do is just link the outputs. And we can just reuse all that logic that we made earlier for the blending. Like if we open it up, this is all still gonna be the same, but now just use a different input. So now we can save. We do need to make this to a parameter, but still parameter. Let's change it to AO. Just gonna put this one all the way up and save. Now if we go to hair, see that we have this new group called AO. Not sure why your preview here looks so different. But now if we do the color AO, you can see we get that effect back. Now we can do this for any map that we'd like. It's just gonna be really fast to add additional maps or whatever. Start doing that for all these. Let's skip that color for now and the specular. Maybe something like that. put the ID in Specular as well. More AO in the color. Then we can go here and just adjust that color. Just mess around with those slides until you get something that you like. So now, let's do another one. This one's gonna be pretty much for the ponytail. Take these input values and move them here. Just gonna copy this all again. Let's call this root. Let's get our root texture in here. Our texture. Color metal. Specular and roughness. Don't forget to change the names. Let's call this roots. And let's save that. I think I'll just put them here. Like how those lines flow a little bit better. So now let's go to hair. We get all this new stuff that we can mess with. Now you can see we can make the beginning of our hair darker. If we put it all the way up, you can see how the roots stay lighter. I think this one, ponytail hair. Let's see. This one's gonna need like some adjustment. Let's do contrast. I think it's better to use a cheap contrast if you're working for a game. Because like the name says, I think it will be cheaper, but I think this one will give like a little bit better result. Let's call this contrast. Put this at 1 and group roots. Maybe a max of 10. Save. So let's see what that does once we mess with it. So I think 1 is not the default. So now we get like a pretty nice slider where we can adjust that look. So we can lower that or not. I think I just want to have a little bit here at the roots. Then we can lower that intensity. Not exactly as acting how I wanted to act. Let's see, what else do we have? Maybe if we do like another contrast, put this in here and here. And we can actually preview the node here. Here, the first one. We can kind of see what it does. And this is gonna be then a really harsh contrast, I think. Let's put this as 0.1. Again, don't mix multiple contrast and stuff if you're doing like a game, but for render wise, it doesn't matter how many stuff we have in the shader, because it's gonna be an image. And this isn't too expensive, you can get away with this. I'm gonna call this one contrast plus. And that needs to be higher. Sign max 5 maybe. It looked really extreme here. You can see now we can kind of get a really hard line there. Be sure that we put it on root. And now you can see that we get a little bit more control. I think this makes it look pretty nice. And now let's go here, materials. Just gonna delete Ponytail. Actually, let's do a duplicate first. I'm just doing that so we can get the sliders all the same. Let's go Ponytail 2 and now delete. Now we can call Ponytail 2 here. And then replace references. Okay. Save selected. Now you can see we have our hair back. But now we can go here. Or you could just append them again. But if you have like a lot of objects, that's a pain. So for this one, I want to use it quite a lot. Now we can bump this one to be lighter. Now you can see how we can make like the ends of the hair more bright. Keep that something like this for now. Let's start messing with the roughness. Again, I like to just work from the main part. Put it at like 1. See how it's doing a lot. Now we can get that roughness ID in. You can go here to preview any channel. Keep this at here for now. And start out with a little bit of AO and a roughness. And let's get some ID in there. So I think that looks pretty nice. Mess around with the roots. A little bit. This is all up to preference how shiny you want the hair to be. But don't spend too much time on it because we still need to like post-process this, and that's also gonna change the look a bit. this for now. Let's make safe. So let's go ahead and move away from materials for a bit. I'm just gonna adjust that camera speed a little bit. I'm gonna move on to cameras. So I'm gonna go create, cinematic, and send camera actor. Gonna zero this out. And hit G if you want to actually see your camera. Let's rotate this 90. Just put anywhere, doesn't really matter. Then we can go to perspective and send camera actor. This way we can look through the camera. We can just position it. Let's change the focal length. Let's see, focus. We can just click an object to focus on. So I'm gonna keep it a manual. Now over here you can mess with settings, but I prefer to just keep this do not override for now. And let's adjust exposure. Now for this you want to use the game settings this time. So you see what the camera sees. Just put it to something that you like. We can also do create visual effects and post-process volume. And go here, type infinite and just infinite. Then we can also mess with the look of a scene with the post-process. So let's say some thicknet. But I don't like to mess around too much with this, because I prefer to do it in the post-processing in a different program. We can go around and see. Like, let's say if you want to use some of this or whatever. But usually I don't touch this too much. I just kind of work with the camera. So here's some stuff that you can mess around with. Most of the times you don't really see like anything change, but you just kind of mess around with these settings and see if you can get it to look a little bit nicer. It's not really doing too much. So I think everything's looking really sharp. See if we can mess around with the focus a bit. I'm not really too good with all this stuff. Can never just get it to look right. I'm not sure why nothing is changing. Just strange. But that's okay, let's just keep like this for now. Let's make save. And I want to work on getting my model out of Unreal and getting it in our software where we're gonna process it. So I'm just gonna group this together. Now we can modify that all together. I think I prefer to do it through a folder. That doesn't actually work. So let's group them here. Now they're all just in a folder. So now let's go to create cinematics and add a level sequencer. Create a new folder. Sequences. Just gonna call this one render. So now if we open this up, I already have to open right here. We get like a little time bar. Just gonna put this to 60 FPS. And actually let's try 24. Movie format. Usually I do 60, but I want to try something new. Just put this at 0. Then let's put this at 240. So this will be 10 seconds. We have to put this one 230. So now our timeline is 10 seconds long. Now we can put a camera. You can see our view here. Then also our group. I wanna add the plus and do a transform. And let's say add new key. At 60. Gonna transform this. Not sure why it's giving me a weird thing there. Let's try minus 20, 20. Maybe 25. Then we can just keyframe. Then over here go to 0. This doesn't seem to work with the group actor. Not sure why. Let me check if it works here. So we cannot do it because we have a group, I guess. It's weird that it doesn't change here. But I haven't tried this with groups before, so let's make a new one. Do a cube. This is just gonna beat the test. So yeah, here you can see that works fine. Let me try to delete all this. I think we gotta make a blueprint instead of a group. So let's try. Yeah, okay, doesn't work. So let's delete that. Just gonna ungroup. Let me just undo all the way. Mess some things up there. So ungroup. That's all fine. So I do think we can just go here and maybe merge actors. Go here meshes and call this merged. So yeah, I guess that works as well. But we get rid of all the materials now that we still need. I guess it's alright for now. It's just for a demonstration anyway. Submerged. Then in sequencer. Can drop the merged. Can go to 120. Gonna keyframe. Then right in the middle. Let's rotate. Don't forget to keyframe. It's nice to see that we get some animation. So something like that looks pretty nice. Let's save. Let's see, I think now we have to go to content. Sequencer. Do a master sequence, I think. Red master. Yeah, that didn't work. Let me think, where is it? Actually, I think Windows, Cinematics. Yeah, Movie Render Cube, that's the one. So now we do let's get rid of this stuff, we don't need it. So now we do a new render. Render level sequence. Go here and saved. Now here we can start choosing some things. So I want to up the resolution a bit to like a square, because we don't need that much space. We can do use custom frame, just to make sure it's 24. I want to use a custom playback. Let's set this to like a 60 or whatever, and 60. So if we toggle this on, it's just gonna render one frame. Then let's pick an output. I'm just gonna go here, do renders, and select. We can all keep this the same, that's okay. Just accept. Go here. And use some anti-aliasing. This to like 120. Don't remember the settings here. Can do a quick Google. So just copy these settings. Then let's go to console variables. Here we can put some comments. I'm just copying them from the documents. We don't have to copy all of them, just the one that we're using. Like there's some ray tracing that we're not using, so I'm not gonna copy those. I also like to use this one. Nope. Game override, I think. So disable streaming. That's just gonna make sure that you're not using mipmaps in your render. That's just gonna make sure that we're using the highest settings for most of the things. Then I like to use EXR instead of JPEG. Just leave this. That should all be fine, so accept. And let's go ahead and presets, save as preset. Save that. Now we can always go back to that. Also gonna save this one. So now we can click, first let's make save, important. Now we can click render local. Shots, we should put the end frame at 61. Now render. This is gonna take a little bit of time. The higher the settings, the more time it takes, of course. Actually, let's cancel this. Let's just change this to 384 and we can cut it up later. That looks more like what we have. Now you can see the more subsamples, the longer your render takes. So if you want to test this stuff out, you can just go with a subsample of like 1, so it's a lot faster. And our render engine warm-up frames is also gonna make it faster. Then once it ends, you have your render. So now in this folder we have our render. We can double click it and we can open it with Photoshop. Now we can check our render out here. I do feel like it's doing something weird. The head feels really stretched almost. Just how it looks. No, I do feel like it's actually doing something really strange. That's not how it looks, right? Yeah, that's not how it looks. Not sure what it's doing, but we'll have to figure that out later. But that shouldn't be happening. But anyways, then you can just go in Photoshop and you can do whatever adjustments you like to your render. That's horrible, but I actually don't like to use Photoshop for this. I like to use a different program called DaVinci. So this is a software to edit videos. We can also do a touch up for 1 frame if we want to. As you can see right away, the render looks really dark. nothing like we had in Unreal. That's because the color matching, the color settings are wrong. So we have to go to Edit, DaVinci, and Preferences. No, DaVinci. Give me a second. It's in the here in the icon. Go and choose the settings. And I think this is right for the full HD. The frame rate is 24, which is matching. I think it's general options. No, color management. We gotta change the color science to this one, I believe. Then hit save. That one. Don't remember, I'm gonna Google. And this is the video where I learned all this from. It's a really nice one, should definitely give it a watch. I'm just gonna go ahead and take a look at the color settings. So here are the settings. This one was right, but we have to put the output to rec. I think it was 709. So like that, and save. And then here we go to this one. Just put it on this one. If we drag it on a timeline, you can see our image popping up. Now it looks more like Unreal, but still not exactly there. So what you can do is you can go here. You can try a different one. I think that one looks a bit more. So I think that one's close enough. But let's try this one as well. Let's keep that this one. But this time I'm gonna go ahead and take the whole video and see if this gets fixed. This white hat, that's strange. So let's go here. Move your render queue. I'm gonna put the anti-aliasing. I'm gonna turn this off, so it will be faster. And let's use custom playback off. You do want to change this name, it can mess up in DaVinci otherwise, so just gonna put like 1 and accept. Then I'm gonna render that. And I can see what's happening. We have 2 objects, so you can see it's like rendering double. I'm gonna cancel. That's because we have hair hidden, but it isn't actually hidden in the render. So to do that, I want to go here and do hidden and enable hidden in game. I knew I wasn't crazy, the thing was looking really strange. So now we have this. Just gonna go here and delete all that. And then let's render again with the same settings. So once that's all done, which shouldn't take too long because we're not using AA, go to DaVinci, so delete this one, delete the old one. So now we have all these, so just select all of them and drag them to the master. Then input transform, just put that to sRGB linear. Now drag it in here. Now if you play it, see that it's being really slow. That's because we're using a lot of heavy format, so we have to right click and do generate optimized media. And this is not gonna lose any of the quality, it's just gonna like go through it once. And DaVinci is gonna make some files so it can easily read the video. So now that that is optimized, we can hit play. And you can see it actually works. So now we can start post-processing our render. So I'd like to start off with go to Effects, open AFX, and go with a vignette. I don't want to place this right here on the video because then we cannot reuse it for other ones. So let's actually start with a generator and do a solid color. Gonna make this white. And that actually doesn't work great. So we do have to put it on here. So here we can just adjust that vignette. And if you hit Ctrl F, you can go in full screen. I'm gonna disable it for now. I'm gonna go to this color tab. It's gonna be the most important tab. Let's get rid of nodes, get rid of clips, and timeline. Gallery. So now we can start editing here. So we got these sliders. Some of them you're probably familiar with from Photoshop, like saturation. So I'm gonna put that all the way up. I actually like that. You can mess with the hue, and if you double click, it resets to the default. You can push the details. Put that down a little bit, maybe up the color boost. So don't like that, makes the background really blue. just gotta kinda go through all these and pick something that you like. And we can adjust it with curves like any other program that you're used to. Just mess with those slides and see what you like. You can also do some other things here. So let's say color warp. Here we can like select a color. Then we can push that color here. As you can see now it's changing to whatever we push it. And here we have some more controls like the saturation, Luma. This way we just get a lot of control over the colors. So just gonna go through all these things and see what you like. You can also like bring some blur. There's like a blur that's only on the color. It's pretty cool. I think something like that. See, just makes it all a little bit more nice and soft. You can mess around here. So that's blur, blur sharpen, blur mist. You can just play with all the sliders. Not sure what the things here do, but I'm sure you can figure it out if you want to. Gonna put a little bit of gain. Maybe some lift a little bit. And if you want to see difference, you can toggle that. You see it's quite drastic. Do you think we added maybe a little bit too much blur? You can also toggle it here. Now let's get our vignette back. And I like to do this vignette stuff and all in the post-processing, same for the color retouches. You can do this in Unreal as well, but this way we can easily change it without having to re-render, which is great. Still think we have a little bit too much blur on here. So maybe like that. Then we can look for like other things to use, right? So we can use anything here. See if we have motion blur in here. I think it's bait. Yeah. So that's something we have to do in real. Just like to get some noise in it. Gradient. We have different versions. So I think this one looks the most like what I want. Maybe 200. I just want to grade some noise. Now at settings we can go to composite mode and just put this to multiply. Cannot find it. Multiply. Just put that in really lightly. I think it needs to be bigger. Or smaller, however you want to say it. Now we get some noise in here. You can go back and mess with those settings. You want to be sure that you're on the right layer. So you can go to clips and just go here. Put the saturation down a little bit. We can go to the last frame. It's just Ctrl C, Ctrl V. This way we can kind of see the loop. And I think that looks pretty nice. I'm gonna go back to Unreal. We're gonna edit the materials a bit more. So let's get some blur in here. Go to the camera. Gonna lock it. That didn't work. Because I'm on the directional light. Now we cannot move it and mess it up. example at doing this blur in Unreal. Maybe like that. Go ahead and take a really quick look how that's gonna look. So we can go here. Instead of doing the whole video, just gonna go to output. Use custom. Just gonna call this blur. And accept. Let's enable anti-aliasing. Accept. I'm gonna save this. Let's call this hair dot. I'm just gonna exit, so my computer stays a bit more fast. And let's render. And I think the blur looks pretty nice, actually. So I'm happy with how that looks. Now let's go back to Unreal. Do you think I want to try to have a little bit of more pride ahead? Mess around with that intensity. Remember, since this is an HDI, it's also gonna affect the lighting a little bit. So I'm gonna keep it like this, I think. Let's go out of the camera. Let's turn on game settings off so we can kind of see what we're doing. Then we're gonna continue to edit our materials a bit. So the first thing that I want to do is actually go to materials, master, materials, and master, and hair master. I want to create like a multiply. Take the last color, put this in the base, and scale it. This is gonna be the darken. invert this. So now it's 0, we have 0 darkening. And let's save. See, nothing changed. So now let's say in the ponytail. Let's rename this to Ponytail 1. I'm gonna duplicate this, Ponytail 2. Let's focus this 2, 2. And 3. Now if you remember, we split this up in the get this back. You want to be sure that we go to hidden in game and turn that off. So if you remember, we had all these layers. Now we put Ponytail 1 in the first, then Ponytail 2 here, and Ponytail 3 here. I want to go into Ponytail 1. We just go to darken. I'm gonna put this up. You can see how that's now creating like a depth in the texture, because we're working with layers. So we can create some depth, which is gonna help the effect of having ambient occlusion in here. Because it's gonna look a little bit like occlusion, right? Then in 2, gonna do the same. Gonna darken it, but a little bit. That's just gonna push the depth in our hair a little bit more. So you can see how we're getting a bit more depth. Same here. Let's duplicate. And duplicate. We have 4 layers here. So in the first one, let's darken this by quite a lot. It's gonna be the base layer. You can immediately see how much depth that creates. And this one a little bit less. Then this one a little bit as well. You can see how much more depth that now created. As you can see. Put it down a little bit though. I think like that, that's good. Let's get a flow map in it. So content, materials, textures, and direction. Just put this one in here and save. So I had a little crash, but that's okay. Because now we're gonna adjust our hair shader. So at hair master, just gonna make a duplicate. Call this hair 2 master. Now let's open up. So this is gonna be exactly the same as what we had before. But this time we're gonna go from, just just click anywhere here. Shading model default lit, and we're gonna put this to hair. And the metal's now gone. That's gonna be a scatter, which is fine, and specular roughness, it's all still good. We have to link this up to the tangent. Let's get rid of the normal map, we don't need it. This one can also go. So all this does is it gives us a tangent for a flow map. And it's gonna give us a scatter instead of the metal. So now if we save. Go ahead and make a instance. And let's apply this instance to all. So you can see our hair is really dark. Let's double click it. Now the metallic, we're gonna need to change that name. So let's go here, metallic. Let's change this to it's called again scatter. Scatter is just how much light the surface lets through. So now if we bump this up, and go to color, gonna bump this up. Now at scatter we can adjust how much light our hair is gonna let through. And specular roughness is all the same as always. Maybe something like that. And the more the less this value is, the more dark your hair will be. Like let's say black hair. Shouldn't make that black all the way. Black hair is supposed to have a lower scatter than, let's say, blonde hair. So this be a good scatter to have black hair. Let's say we're doing blonde hair, I just want to bump that scatter up to like a different color. Or like a brownish. Let's go to ID. Just enable all these things that we have. Start with the color AO. Metal AO is now the scatter AO. So that's something to keep in mind. Just want to have a little bit in roughness, a bit in specular. And I know it's like really shiny right now, but that's okay. And I like to go in the overview, so we can just kind of check all these maps at once. So I do like how roughness map looks right now. But like I said, it's way too much. Let's also mess with specular maybe a bit. So let's go on hair master 2. Now what we can do is put a scaler and multiply the roughness. Then here I'm gonna go and call this final touches or something. Just called anything. Let's call this one roughness. I'm gonna save that. Again, for game this is not good to have multiple sliders that basically gonna do the same. But for this it doesn't matter. Because it's for a render, now it just makes it easy to adjust. So if we go here, let's see, it's not appearing. Roughness, adjust, and save. Now you can see we have it because we used a name that already existed. Now we can just come in here and adjust that roughness slider. There we go, here roughness. You can see we can kind of just make it more light or dark as we want. It's just nice to have like one final slider that you can like mess with after you mess with all the other ones, in my opinion. Just look for something that you like. Let's go ahead and change that face. Nah, I'll keep it light. Let's try to make the background more dark. Maybe something like that. Gonna just duplicate this effect for the specular. Can just take those, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I call this roughness spec adjust. So let's link up the specular. Now we do it one more time for the metal. That's gonna be the scatter. So let's call this scatter. You could take this as customizable as you want, like you could also do like another contrast node after this. So you have some more control of the overall contrast as well. And also let's do one for the color. And color. Actually, we already have that darken, so we can just do it there. Let's go ahead and put this in the group final touches. Go here in input values and call this input base values. This is just to make our shader a little bit more clean. So let's save. Now you can see we don't have a global group anymore, everything is like in a nice little group. Maybe something like that. We also have some more stuff that we can mess with. Not really sure what the backlit does actually. Let's do like a scalar, we call this backlit. Save. Let's see what happens if we mess with that. Don't think it does anything that I know of. Let's just get rid of that. We have world position offset. And you can, actually we can read what it does. Backlit does backlit. I don't think it does anything yet. So here we can like, we can change the vertex position through shader. Then we have the pixel depth offset that also kinda does the same, I think. It offsets pixels. So let's promote both to parameter. There's also like a nice way to kind of see what it does. So this takes a vector tree. So RGB value, which means that you should probably use a texture for this. This just uses a singular value, so that's gonna use a scalar. You can see we can kind of offset it. This can help with like blending your hair into the mesh, I think. Like you can link it up to the camera trends from like the further away your camera is, the lower this value gets or whatever. But we don't need to mess with this, I think, because we made our hair pretty well. And same for this, you can kinda like displace your hair. I normally don't really touch these things. Like one way you could like mess with this is if you get your, is this the depth one? Nope, alpha. Let's take our textures. Then do a multiply. And a scale. Call this one offset. Now if we go here, we get this offset thing. You can like kinda like add some extra depth to your hair. You can see how that kinda changes the look. But again, I don't really like using these things, because we made the hair look how we wanted with the cards. Don't really know why we would offset anything at this point. As you can see, it can add some, like some volume or whatever. So maybe let's say you're doing a game. You want to have a dynamic shader where you can make the hair a little bit more messy, I guess. You could do like a setup like this, and if she ran a bit, you can bump that value off. So her hair starts to get a more messy look, you know? But I don't know. I don't really use those things too much. I'm gonna just alt click that to make it empty. We can do the same setup for the pixel depth offset. So if we save that. Now go to inst. Let's use that offset. You can see that you can kinda like get rid of some hairs, I guess, but it's just gonna intersect a bunch. But I think this can be kinda useful at like free hair like this. Now we can offset. I think we should use a different texture for this though. Put this back to 0. Let's replace this texture with the depth one. You can just click here and go to roots, fiber roots, and save. Now you can see you can kinda make the hair look more soft. It's gonna break there. As you can see, that just kinda gets a more soft feeling at the roots here. So this is something that you can use if you want to. As you can see, it's actually kind of fixing some intersections. But again, I don't really mess with this too much. One thing that I do like to mess with a little bit is with the opacity mask. If we go here, let's take a look. You can see that it's all very transparent. Let's go ahead and save that, by the way. This one. So we get our hair back. And I think that's okay, the hair looks fine. But it'd be cool if we like add some more control over this. So one thing that we can do is we can treat it kinda the same as how we did these ones, right? So we have all these inputs. We're just gonna go here. I'm gonna put an extra input. Let's call this one alpha. input. So let's do this for all of them. Now let's do the same here. Let's add a new one. And that crashed, great. So I also Ctrl-Shift-S to save everything, because I keep losing my instances of my material because I didn't save them. So I put all the alphas in there. So I'm just gonna link this to alpha, alpha, and alpha. Now do the alpha outputs. Actually, this should be alpha and alpha. We only used in the first output. Then we're just gonna link alpha to Opacity Mask. And alpha is just a different word for opacity. And you can see it completely turning black. It's because we need to go into the group. We actually need to set up the alpha. So again, we have all these multiplies. We should actually go back a step. We need to do a copy. We call this alpha ID. Metal becomes alpha AO. And root becomes alpha root. Let's do a new input. Let's call this strength. Alpha. And accept that. Then we're gonna do the alpha ID in the alpha strength. It's just repeating what we did earlier for the alpha input. And the last one. And link that all up. If we go in here, we have these two new ones. So let's do multiply and a lerp. And if you see, the metal strength goes into the alpha, so strength alpha goes here. Then we have metal input, so alpha input. Then B. This one should be the texture. Let me see. Texture goes into A. Then alpha goes into B. Then link this up to the alpha. And let's save. And I think we can just go material graph. I think we can just copy this all, Ctrl C. Go in here, delete all, and Ctrl V that, which doesn't work. So we could just relink that all, or we can just redo this step. I prefer to just redo this step. Actually, that works now. Ah, we had the wrong one open. So I'm just gonna paste that. So A is the texture, B is the alpha, and alpha strength. Then an A, the color input. Rough input, so alpha goes here. I think that one's fine. So now the last one. So texture, alpha, strength. This one should be then the alpha. And I think like that should be fine. I'm gonna save that. Now you can see we have alpha back. That's safe. I'm also gonna do Ctrl Shift S. Make sure everything is saved, and Ctrl S. Now if we go to head to master instant, we have these new thingies. Now we can just kind of play around with that alpha. So we can go here, let's say ID. We can start like getting rid of some of that. You can see how that can make it more soft. Like right here, it's really strong. If we tone this down, it gets a little bit more fuzzy, right? You can see how that all looks. But I don't want to have this effect applied to like the middle of the card and the base of the card. So if we go to roots, you can already kind of see it. You can like make those transitions even more soft than they were before. Because it's only gonna be applied at the root. So what I want to do is go to head to master. And here we have our alpha. I'm gonna do a loop. Gonna put this alpha in. I'm not sure actually. Let's first do the root. Alpha. Then it should be think like this. Now roughness. Put this in opacity mask. And save. Now everything that we change with the alpha will only be at the will not be applied at the roots. Or it will be the inverted, so let's take a check. Alpha ID. Yeah, so it's inverted as you can see. Now it's only applying it at the roots, which I want to avoid. So go here and this one should be in A. This one should be in B. Now let's save. Now you can see we can soft those tips off. So as you can see right now it's pretty harsh. Now we can just make that a little bit more soft and nice. We can do this with anything that we like the AO. You can just kind of mess with all that stuff. Right at the roots. You can see how we can now kind of adjust the strength of stuff. You can see it's happening here because we need to make sure this material is different from this one. But I also want to do a contrast. Now let's promote this to a variable parameter. I'm gonna call this one alpha, the group. Let's also do another contrast. Let's put this in alpha as well. Save. So now what this does, you can see how ugly that's becoming. So now if we go to materials, master, alpha, let's put this at 1. 0 maybe. Now we can just kinda adjust how strong the hair is looking, as you can see. And that's only gonna be applied at the ends. Like we can grade like that effect away, as you can see. So this is pretty cool because now we can do something really nice. If you remember in the course, I was talking about hairs being really thin, which doesn't really work from a distance if you map and all that stuff. So let's say the camera is really low, you can link that in the shader with the position of camera, something like that multiplied by this value. So you can say if I'm really close to the mesh, make this value really high, so we get some nice thin hairs. And then let's say if we're like far away, you can put that value like whatever multiplied, so that the alpha gets thicker. Now of course this is all being multiplied by the values, so here we can still adjust the look a bit. You can see we can change the blend of those hairs there at the root, make those a little softer. Now we can just really mess with how everything's gonna look like. I think it's important for this one to do a switch, like we did earlier, promote the variable. Let's call this one use custom alpha. And if this is true, we use this one. If it's false, we use this one. Now let's put it in opacity mask. Let me check, did I put it in alpha? Nope. So alpha and save. That's weird. Well, our sliders. I think we have to, yeah, if we turn it on, then they appear. Now we can just kind of compare how the hair looks before and after, which is nice. You can see we made it quite full. I want to do one more thing. Gonna do like a lerp. So if this is true, let's put this in B. I'm just gonna put this one in A. And again, this is all really redundant if you're doing a game shader, because it's going to go through extra nodes, which it doesn't need to. But for like a real-time render, it's pretty nice to get just more control. So I'm gonna call this one blend custom. Let's give this a max of 1. Default value of 1 and then invert. Actually, we can just put this here and here. That should work. So let's save. So make sure we put this in alpha and save. So what does this? We can now blend our newly created alpha with the old one. So now we're mixing at 0% and now full, as you can see. So now we just get a little bit more control after we create it. Let's say I like it, but the effect's a bit too strong, so we can just tone it down. Then we can still kind of switch it and see if we like it and all that stuff. And make a new save. I think that looks pretty nice for our hair. See, I just added a little bit more strength. I think this looks a little bit nicer and fuller. So let's save all. That's pretty much our material done. But as you can remember with our previous one, let's go materials. We have all these different ones. Gonna delete those, we don't use them anymore. Ponytail one, it's all old stuff. I'm gonna move this one to materials. I'm gonna call this one hair 01. Let's duplicate this a bunch. Let's get our hair. We're just gonna get our layer system back. You do want to make sure when you create hair that you can separate it in nice layers. So we can fake the depth in Unreal Engine. So in hair 2, hair 1 actually first. Let's get that darken. I'm gonna put this up to like 0.8 maybe. Then here. Maybe 0.6. No, maybe 0.4. Let's do a new one, duplicate. Ponytail 01. Gonna make a save. If you do Ctrl Shift S, all these stuff it's actually gonna save. So in case your Unreal crashes, you don't lose it. Set these values right. Ponytail AO. Let's go and adjust this one a little bit. Actually, let's make sure we're using the ponytail on all first. And again, I don't really like the AO bake that we got out of this, but that's okay. Let's go to roots ID AO. Just tone that all down a bit. So again, I want those roots to be a little lighter. So we can do that like that. Do want to make sure that the color there kind of matches. I think that matches well. So maybe something like that. I think that looks well. So let's save. Let's do our duplicates. Again, let's go in and make the first one the most dark. That's actually okay. And the second one. Then the third one. The third one's like all those stray hairs. So you can see if we just make them like pretty bright, the hair is gonna look a little bit more detailed because they stick out more. I think that's a little bit too much. Maybe like that. Now this is also like a nice thing. We can now have some individual control over the alpha on each layer, how strong I want that alpha to be. So let's say here I want to have the individual hairs pop out more, just put that down, or up to have it less. It's a little bit hard to see, but if we do this, you can see how it kind of pops up here at the ends. Let's do the second one. So this way you can have some pretty good control over how your actual hair's gonna be looked when rendering, which is pretty nice. You can see I'm just kind of trying to soften out the tips here. So that's a little bit softer. Maybe we can also go to the alpha root. That's not changing too much. Also not changing too much. Let's go to the first one. That one changed quite a lot. That just makes tips a little bit more soft. I'm gonna save that. We can do the same for the hair, right? Let's say hair 3, we can go in here and see how we like it best. So these are the baby hairs. Maybe I want to have that blend a little bit stronger, so hair becomes a little bit more soft again, while still kind of pushing the visibility of them. I think you get the idea. We can really go in and for each individual layer start adjusting how the hair looks. I want to try to go to hair too. Go to final touches and maybe up that roughness here. You can see now we get a lot of fine control over our hair. We can really push it to however we want it to look like. Okay, mess with scatter. And probably the way you want to work with this as well, like let's say hair 1. You want to put that scatter probably a little bit lower to make the hair a little bit darker. Then at the last layer, let's say hair 4, we go to that scatter. We can put that up to push those individual hairs. I think like this it's looking pretty nice, our hair. And we didn't touch the lights too much, we just still have a basic setup of 2 directional lights. So you can still really mess with the lights to get the look that you want for your hair. Gonna go to sequencer. Go ahead and open up our sequencer that we did. Put this to like 240. This one's gone. Go ahead and save this all. And let's do a new merge of all this stuff. So merge actors, static mesh actor. Let's merged. So now if we drag this in, this time you can see that we have all our different materials because we applied them at the beginning. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that. Sequencer, and let's put our merged in here. Now transform. Now we can just transform however we want it. So we're already in there. So let's put this to like -30. Maybe -20. Let's keyframe. Now you can see the hair animation that we have. We can collapse this and extend it. We can mess with some more if we want. So let's say rotation. Say the roll. I think the roll is this one, the first one. So let's say like maybe 5. Put a keyframe there. Yeah, now you can see that that's changing. I think it's a bit too much, so let's try 2. You can do this for whatever you want in the transforms. So now you can see we get a pretty sweet animation. One thing that you can also do, let's say we go to transform. You can click this thingy. Then you get like curve points for whatever frames you put in. So let's say the roll, the pitch, the yaw. Then you can just kind of adjust those. So you can click. You can make those handles bigger and smaller and whatever. To kind of adjust like the smoothness. I think this looks well. I like this, like nice and smooth. So I'm gonna save and Ctrl+Shift+S to save all. Let's go perspective. Let's make sure we actually look through a camera, so we can see how it actually looks. I think I want to reposition the camera a bit, so transform, let's unlock. Maybe more like that. You could also like mess with the keys of the camera if you want for the animation. I think that looks nice. Let's go ahead and actually do that. So let's say aperture focal length. I think the focal length will be pretty cool to mess with. So I'm just gonna put a keyframe here. And a keyframe here. Then I just like to do something in the middle. We can change that focal length and keyframe. Now you see we get kind of like a zoom effect. I think that looks really cool. And we can do like the focus distance or whatever. I think that's pretty nice already. You can also do this with lights, like make light more brighter or whatever you want. Or change the rotation of the light. I'm just gonna use this as like a general fill light. Let's go ahead and rename this to fill. Now for the second one, I wanna have one that creates like some nice shiny hairs. Maybe like that. Don't exactly like the light there. Shit. Should have locked that camera. I think I'm just gonna use this as like a kind of a rim light. We're not getting any nice rim lighting. You can put as many lights as you want. You can Alt-Drag to duplicate that. Maybe something like this. But I do still want to have like a light, create some stronger reflections. See if we can get that to work. So I think like that. Let's call this one reflection light. And I'm gonna put this one in here. Seems that we cannot frame the rotation, but we can do the intensity. This is just kind of like an example, just trying to show you some different stuff that you can do. It's not going to be perfect. So let's go ahead and save that. And if you're doing like, if you're doing this for your own project, of course spend some more time on all this than what I'm doing. But I just want to get this done with kind of quick. So now we can go to Windows, Cinematics, and go to a movie render queue again. You can see our old job disappeared, but we can load it back because we made a save. We have all our settings here. I'm gonna start off with one without anti-aliasing to get a quicker render. Let's go to output. Let's call this render movie. Don't want to use a playback, I want to get all of them. And actually I think I do want to use one. I want to go until 120. So let's put this at 0 and 120. Actually, do we need, maybe we need to put at -1, but let's try 0 first. I think 0 should be fine. And 120 should be your last one. So that's all looking good. Let's accept. I'm gonna save everything again and do a render. You can see how fast that is if you're not using AA. And the color looked pretty off. And that's because we need to use the game settings. Then we can see our actual color. So let's go to fill 2. Just kind of tone that one down. Let's fill, I think this looks pretty nice if we tone that down as well. You can see that right here I think it looks great with not a lot of light. Then here I want to get some more light. So what we can do is we can get that fill. Let's put the intensity here. Actually I do want to have a little bit. Let's go with 6. Keyframe that. Go to the end keyframe. And then here in the middle, I want to have more light. So we can just put that up and keyframe. I think that's a little bit too extreme of a change. I think that looks nice. So save all. Let's do a new render. Now you can see the light looks good. And something is happening. Let's see, fill, merged. still got the face in there. Let's delete that. Hair main, delete. Hair tail. We deleted the group, but it put the objects back in the scene. Let's do one more render. That looks pretty good. So let's open DaVinci. So here we are. This is our old render. See how it's kind of boring, the shot and all. So now let's get a new one in here. So render movie. Just gonna type render. Let's go movie. Seems like we have multiple versions. Just gonna go ahead and delete all that stuff. Let's do one more render. Prefer to just re-render because it's so fast anyway. Because we're not using AA. So then this first render is just to kinda check it out in video, right? Like how it's actually looking and how the frames are and the depth of field. Let's type render. Then we can just Ctrl A to select all of them. Then drag them in here. There's something going on with scale. That's fine for now. sRGB. That's turning really dark. This is the one thing I don't like about DaVinci and Unreal, that you gotta mess with that color space. So it's gonna be that second one. Just gonna scale this up to like 2. And Ctrl F. Now we can check out our actual animation. Let's optimize that. Gonna copy it once and paste, so we get a loop effect. Now we can see how our hair's looking. So I think this is all fine for demonstration wise. Just gonna delete everything here. Same here, we don't need this one. Let's also check out what's happening with the scale. You can just open it to go on Photoshop. And I see that we're using the square render settings that we did earlier in Unreal. So that's what's happening. So let's go to render queue. I don't remember what 4K is. Let me Google. So put it to this. Now I'm gonna do like change the name to final. This is all fine. I'm turned on the anti-aliasing. And that's all. Now we can accept. And we can render it. And when you render, you want to make sure that you have nothing else open. For me, let's say if I have DaVinci open, my render time goes from like 7 minutes to like 3 hours. So that's something to keep in mind. So let's get our final render in here. You can type final. And drag that all in there. Just put that on that one. And that matches Unreal. I'm not sure why, but sometimes the first frame can be a little bit darker. You could fix this just by going into Photoshop and brightening that. Let's say, you can open this. So I opened the first one and the second one, you can see a difference. You can just copy this and paste it. Can check if there's a big difference, but not really. I'm just gonna delete this and then save it. Just gonna get rid of that. I'm not sure if that works because it DaVinci like internalizes a file, I think. So you need to rename this maybe. Yeah, so if it's not becoming bright, you can do like F2 and you can call this fixed. But that's not doing it for all the files. That would rename all. So I'm just gonna... Maybe we can try restarting DaVinci. That might also work. Let's see if that fixes it. As you can see now, it's just nice and bright all the way through. Let's do the color. And lastly, optimize. So generate optimized media. Now that's done, we can play. We do have some flickering. That's probably some stuff with the light, but that's okay. I think that looks pretty nice. You can start by doing a gray color. Is it doing anything? My DaVinci's kind of bugging out. I'm just gonna restart. Okay, so now it's showing our generators. Just want to rotate this by like 90. Then disable that zoom. Just do something like that. Wish we got some more control over this. Maybe it's the ramp that I'm looking for. So nope. That's okay. You can also go into Photoshop to do this, to have a little bit more control. I just want to put this on multiply. And position it. And if you click here, you can disable and enable it. I just wanna, as you can see, do a little bit of a gradient at the bottom. I think this just helps blend in the video better when you watch it. So we can do it like that. Let's also go in here. Let me disable this one for now. Just like we did earlier. I'm gonna adjust these colors a bit. Gonna bump that. I think it's looking a little bit too green. Just gonna bump that one. And again, you can see your changes by going here. Try upping the detail a bit. I think that's a little bit nicer so the hair stands out more. You can pull this one up and then this starts to blend in a bit. Keep this pretty low. Just kinda edit the values until you like how it looks. I think it's a bit too bright now. Maybe something like that. You can also go anywhere. And pump that saturation down. Maybe I put it. Maybe up a little bit. Let's mess a bit with the blur. Just trying to soften that out a little bit. You can see the difference. I think now everything just kind of pops out a little bit more nicely. Let's enable that one. Let's search for a thick net. Put that one here. Kinda check the difference. We can also like mess around with this video. Let's say, let's open up our keyframes. Say a simple zoom, so we do a zoom here, then another keyframe here, then about in the middle. We zoom a little bit. That's how you can use keyframes in DaVinci. And you can just adjust that however you'd like. So maybe we could do like something with a rotation angle. And rotate that a little bit. See how that looks pretty nice. Now we get like these black bars. So we can zoom it in more. Or we can just make a new background layer. How do I collapse? Just gonna right click, delete empty tracks. Do a new track. So let's move this one up, same for this one. Just gonna copy and paste. I'm just gonna put this one underneath. Reset those. Now you can see it's being filled by that background color. You can mess with the zoom to try to get a little bit of a better color. I think that's good enough. So now we get this video. And if you want, you can go to any frame. Let's say here, I like this shot. Go to color and just grab still. I can go here and export. Desktop, let's call this render 0, 1. Just put as whatever. I like to do TIFF. Then on our desktop, go ahead and search for a render. Here we have our render 0, 1. Then we can open this with Photoshop. And then here we get our frame inside Photoshop. So here you can say, I'm gonna use this as a render or whatever, or I wanna add some extra adjustments in Photoshop. Say photo filter and do whatever you want, right? That's just how you can grab an image from your video. So once you're happy with your video, just go here and right click and mark out. Then you can click the little rocket. And actually, let's do some noise first. So generate it. Noise. Put the scale way up. So maybe something like that. And let's put on multiply. Soft light's pretty nice as well. Just gonna go with multiply. Then you can go here. You can choose your settings. Just gonna browse here, go to desktop, call this test. Render. You don't really need to touch any of this. Most of the times this just keeps right. And then add to render queue. Then render all. This shouldn't take too long. So now that's it. Now if we go here, let's do test. Now we have a nice little video that we can play. So I just did a really quick test project to upload it to ArtStation. Now you can see we have a nice little video render. There's a little bit of flickering with colors and some flickering of depth of field. But I think the flickering is mostly because we did that focal length adjustment in the video in Unreal Engine. But I think this looks pretty nice. And we got a little issue here because we rotated in DaVinci, but we can ignore that. But this is how you can make some nice movie renders from Unreal Engine.